And is
All right.
I'm assuming Anthony is in. He should be online to maybe moved over.
Maybe he had to join the phone.
He should be. So if let's see, if he texts him.
Do you have a lot?
7519, last four.
That sounds right.
I only know the first three.
I'm 7619, so I would bet he would be
No,
7.
he's not.
Hold on.
He's using his council
I
phone.
can, I'm looking. I'm looking right now to see.
That would be the proper thing to do.
I was like, just look for the 206.
Is if he's using his council phone.
I gave permission to talk. So Anthony, if you're there, you should be able to unmute yourself.
It's 7519 is his mobile. So that is him.
What does he do to unmute? Is it star or something?
Star, it should just unmute *3.
But you can't talk on a.
You can talk through the phone to Zoom.
I mean, on an airplane?
Through Wi-Fi, yeah.
Through Wi-Fi, you can?
Oh, gee.
No, I mean, like, I've never seen you actually talk on the phone on an airplane.
I'm gonna grab Lisa.
That you can just.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab a soda.
Do you remember when they used to have the phones
Yes, I
that
do.
you stick your credit card in and they came out?
They were like $20 a minute. That was on 9/11. Everyone was using those.
Yeah, that's right.
What's the sign if he's.
I'm like, don't everyone text him.
Give us a sign, Anthony.
Here. But I guess everything is virtual now, and so you can make your dinner and watch the thing.
Isn't that funny how much changed? That was 3 years ago?
Yeah.
3 years ago. Yeah. Tall order.
Waiting on me, I apologize. Anthony, if you can hear us, would you try pushing *6 to unmute yourself?
Are we muted? It says council chambers muted, but that.
We're not muted.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you do need to take it up. Oh, on the computer.
Won't it echo then?
And video too.
Would you help me if this isn't right?
The mic-
Anthony, if you're on the line, would you try pushing *6 to unmute your phone? If that doesn't work, please try *9. Lisa, do you want to look? Is there anything else we might be missing?
He is the 751. He's confirming that he's on at 7519.
Well, as long as he can hear.
Yeah.
I'm just texting, making sure that he can hear us.
He's not a panelist. He's the 7519.
Wait, and they can't, I gave him permission to unmute, but I can't move a phone number to be a panelist. I can only move an attendee to be a panelist. So he has permission to unmute and join.
Okay, let me.
He's confirming that he can hear us, which is the important part. So I think we're fine to proceed. We can try to promote him as a panelist, but I think it'll be fine as long as.
As long as you can hear.
Okay, as long as he can hear, which it sounds like he can.
Sorry for that confusion.
Yep. So he's fine. He's confirming he can hear, and I think we're ready to go.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, everybody, for the delay. Good evening. This is a special meeting of Bend City Council to interview candidates for appointment to 2 vacancies.
Maybe just to announce for the public, one of the counselors, Counselor Broadman, had a flight delay and is en route to Bend, but is able to listen on his phone and has joined us, is just listening, but will most likely be here in person soon.
Thank you. Great. So first we have Stephen Platt. Hi, good evening, Stephen. Welcome.
This microphone's on. Do you have a seat there?
Okay, great. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Welcome, and thank you so much for being here tonight.
Well, it's my pleasure. It sounded like you had some technical difficulties this morning.
Well, and Counselor Broadman apologizes. His flight was delayed this morning, and so he is not able to be here yet, but he'll be listening in on the interview. He's able to call in.
Great.
So,
Well, some of those technical difficulties remind me of trying to get 35 students on a Google Meet during the pandemic.
yes.
I did that a lot. I have a great deal of grace for that.
Thank you. So we're just going to go down the line and ask the questions that you were sent beforehand. And Melanie, could you
Sure.
kick us off with question 1, please?
Yeah, so the first question is just to take a few minutes to tell us about yourself, your background, and other key elements of your personal and professional life that have prepared and motivated you to apply for this position.
Great. I'm a little hoarse right now because this is almost the end of a long week, at the end of a long year of teaching high school. So I teach high school physics up in the Redmond School District for the last 4 years. I've been teaching there, and it turns out actually next year I'll be beginning teaching in the Bend Pine School District. And so, science is something that's near and dear to me, and that's something that I've been doing in my second career. My first career was in the Air Force for 25 years. And so I served around the world in the Air Force. I commanded at multiple levels. I was in the Pentagon working budgets a lot during various points of time as well. So I'm familiar with the sausage making that goes on in a government. And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to get a precise product out that meet the needs of the folks that are counting on you. And so I'm familiar with that process as well. I'm also a parent here in the local community, and so I want to help this be as great a community as I hope it can be. And my family and I came here in 2017. This was the first place that we'd ever been to on our own choice with no orders to go there. So we came to Bend because this is where we want to retire, and this is where we want to be, and this is the community we want to be a part of. So I think service is something I've been doing for my entire adult life. And this feels like another place that I can serve. And so I'm hoping to help out, at least in the interim here.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. So as a city council, you'll be working with a range of people from diverse backgrounds and walks of life. They may have personal values that are very different to your own. Can you describe a time when you have encountered this and how you handled it?
Sure. I served all over the world, everywhere from South Korea to Central Asia and the Middle East. One of my tours towards the latter part of my career was a year spent in Afghanistan on the ground. And I worked there with the presidential staff of President Karzai. And if you know anything about those administrations and our government, we were often not seen eye to eye. And obviously, that was a challenge. We had goals. Our partners, the Afghans, had goals, and all of our partner nations had goals. And I was one of the folks who was there trying to meet the needs of a very diverse group that was often at cross purposes with one another. So I think I developed a lot of skills that serve me well in that. Much more to the recent past, I taught all throughout the pandemic. I taught science throughout the pandemic. I taught science throughout the pandemic when there was a population that had widely varying views on COVID and on mitigation measures. And I was also charged with enforcing those measures the best I could inside my classroom while teaching science to my students. I dearly want my students to grow up to be informed and engaged citizens. They will all have a vote one day, and I want it to be an intelligent and informed vote.
Thank you. So given that the council is already 1 year into a 2-year work plan, please tell us how your strengths align with that plan, where they do not, and how you would work within the city system.
One of the things that I really find myself aligned with when I read the goals is the environmental and climate goals that you all have. I teach climate science in the classroom. In fact, I just was finishing that up today with my freshmen. So they are crafting a 50-year plan for electrical power production for our state. Now, this plan has to follow the laws that have been passed by our state, which includes getting rid of the use of coal for electric power production by 2035. And that's a challenge for my students to come up with renewable power sources or power sources that are scored against a rubric that meets cost, meets land usage requirements, and meets environmental impact. And that unit used not to be taught before I got to my school district. And I brought it forward because I said, this is really important. And it is tough stuff. It's tough stuff to try to electrify a large portion of our house powers, but also our transportation and also the direct use fuels that we have for heating and for cooking and those kinds of things. And a lot of the goals that I see outlined in this plan are very much aligned with that. So that is right in my wheelhouse and things I care very deeply about. The other thing is I spend a lot of time working in a resource-constrained environment. The military has a budget. It may seem like it has a big budget, but we also have a lot of things that we have to do. And I was part of the process and largely in charge of helping to program $500 billion worth of budget over what's called a FYDP, which is a 5-year plan. And when you start to get into the eaches of where those taxpayers' dollars go, it's really, really important, hard, detail-oriented work. And it's important to me to see that the goals of the council are to use to direct the economic activity and the jobs that are going to be sourced in our local community towards what I consider to be solid goals in the environment. And so I'm used to that process of trying to align budgets and goals at the same time. I think probably the most close analogy that I see is the water usage concerns that we have here. We have a scarcity of this resource and a tragedy of the commons. And the goals that we have outlined here on the city council say that we've got to find a way to manage the near term, the midterm, and the far term. And that's something I'm again, preserving those resources so that we can all use them and enjoy them, and yet still preserve the economic activity that goes along with that is really, really important to me. And that also folds into the wildlife management or the wildfire management that we have. That's also a concern for us. Folks ask me, they say, Steve, how do you like living in Bend? And I said, we love it. It's fantastic. It's our home. We worry about water and we worry about wildfires, and we worry about the best way that we can help guide the growth, and that's what you all are doing here. So I'm really focused on that. And I think last but not least, I think that I believe it's one of the last points in the goals is it's not a community if we can't find a place for everybody who is in this community, who's a part of our community, an active part of our community, to find a dignified place to live that they can afford. And so that goal that I saw is really important to me, to find a place that folks can reside comfortably, something that they can pay for in their community to the best of their abilities. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Barb Campbell. We haven't met, Steve. Thanks so much for coming in. Typically, the council meets on the first and third Wednesdays of each month from 5 to 9 p.m. Sometimes later, sometimes a lot late, and often a few subcommittee meetings and other committee liaison assignments. Do you foresee any conflicts to that schedule? Given the commitment, how will you maintain your resiliency in a very public role that is often managing through challenging and controversial issues? I'm glad you had time to think of that question in advance. I know that would be a lot.
A lot of words in that question. I'm a school teacher, so I teach during the school day. And fortunately, the council meetings are conveniently lined outside of that time frame. And, first and foremost, that works very well for my schedule. I command it at multiple levels. In multiple places, multiple locations. So I'm good at making tough calls, calls that are based on science and the long-term health of the organization, and living with those calls and understanding that it may not always be popular, and you have to own that when you're in a leadership role, and that's tough stuff. And to that end, I think if you have a northern star that says, I'm serving the community to the best of my abilities, I'm following along with the mandate for the folks that voted us in right now, and we're doing the best that we can to spend their dollars well and to meet their needs, then that's a kind of a solace that you can take and an inner strength that you can take. And then add to that, we just have such an incredible place to go out and burn off a little bit of steam afterwards. So, I love to mountain bike and get on the water and to ski. So those kinds of things are available if you've had a rough day as well. So I guess that's how I'd answer that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You got any questions for us?
No, I guess the last thing that I would say before I have any questions is I think I would recognize that this is an odd seat to be sitting in and an odd ask for the council right now. And so I can imagine that somebody who ends up sitting in these extra chairs right here is maybe going to be in for a little bit more of, well, you didn't really earn that seat, from the outside right here. And so there may be a little extra concern coming your way from outside. So I've thought that through, and I understand that. So that's not something that I take lightly as well.
Can I ask you one question
Yeah,
before
please.
you go into anything else? So you had stated in your initial application that you would run in the election to keep the seat, and then I heard you say that today, maybe more of an interim thing. So what can you tell us today, kind of what your intentions are?
I think I answered that question because I don't know. You know, but I don't want to close the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I don't know your experience. I've not had this experience.
Yeah.
I wish to serve my community in the best way that I can. So it's hard for me to say yes or no to that question. And I hate to equivocate on you, but I think that's an honest answer
That's your honest answer.
right there. But no, I think that's probably it as far as questions.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah.
Got 2 Colorado Springs people on the council already. We both went to Colorado College, so we know the Air Force Academy.
Air Force Academy graduate.
Yep.
Be careful. I went to the University of Denver.
Oh, you did?
You don't need to pick favorites.
We don't talk about that.
Thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
For coming in.
I believe Robin's getting the next candidate. We don't need to start until 5:30, so if we have a bit of a
Okay,
break
good.
between
We're
each
ahead of
candidate.
schedule.
Yep, we're fine.
We've got Brittany next.
I jumped straight to, do you have any questions for us? Because that's been part of every interview I have ever done.
Totally
I
fine.
think that's fine.
Yeah, I thought so. Don't we always finish with that? Yeah, okay, good.
And Anthony heard that, we think.
He's been texting, yes.
Good. Great.
That's what I wanted. So it's Brittany next. Okay.
Yep. I can't do it on a computer, so this is like it's written in a binder.
No, then interviews.
In a binder.
I'm flashing back to other times where I'm like, oh, a set of questions, notes for every person. Like, yeah, it's good.
I don't write it. I can't. Hence why I have these big fat notebooks with me all the
And just, I think I usually say this for all our interview process. Anything that you put in here is public record. So
Yeah.
don't think I need to say that, but just
Of course.
Thanks, Eric. Great.
Do you hear that Councilor Broadman is on an airplane right now, but he's listening in? I just wanted. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to. I know that you can.
in front of the airplane.
Technology, man.
Yes.
Are you ready for Brittany?
Yeah, I mean, we're a little ahead of schedule, but I think we can.
Brittany's here.
Yeah.
Brittany.
Hi, Brittany. Welcome. Thanks so much for coming this evening. I'm Jenna Goodman Campbell, and we're just going to run through the questions that we sent you ahead of time, and then hopefully leave time for you to ask us any questions. That
Sounds good. If you don't mind, I brought notes.
go for it. We have notes too. Megan, will you kick us off tonight?
Sure.
Can you take a few minutes to tell us about yourself, your background, and other key elements of your personal and professional life that have prepared and motivated you to apply for this position?
Of course. So I moved out here in May 2019, so pre-COVID. Woohoo. I came from Vegas, where it's like a huge, diverse population. My background is in mostly healthcare. My degree is in healthcare management, and I'm currently getting my master's in public health and epidemiology, which is one of the reasons I actually feel like I would do well in this position, because in public health, you're talking to people, you're disseminating information, you're bridging that gap between one system and the population it serves. And I feel like a lot of people don't really have that. And so like you'll have people who don't vote. A lot of times it's because they don't want to, but sometimes because they don't have that knowledge. They don't have that bridge there. So it's these people that want to be elected and the people that need to elect them to be in that position. But there's that disconnect. And so I feel public health has helped me learn how to become that bridge. And then as far as why I want to serve on council, I've noticed that there's not much representation. And I know firsthand how damaging that can be when you don't have people that look like you or talk like you or have the same lived experiences as you. And so I want to make sure that the people that are in my community, because I live here too, have that representation, can look forward to saying, hey, I know that when I have this issue, there's somebody there that also has this issue that can also understand where I'm coming from. And I've always, like I said, I'm in healthcare, so helping people has always been something that I've always felt strongly about.
Thank you. So as a city councilor, you will be working with a range of people from diverse backgrounds and walks of life. They may have personal values that are different from your own. Can you describe a time when you have encountered this and how you handled it?
So one of my favorite sayings is integrity is what you do when nobody's looking. And that's one of my own personal values. I've noticed that it doesn't really translate across the board for a lot of people. Some people feel like they can get away with things because nobody's looking. And I actually had that situation in a previous job where the clinic that I worked for, we operated on donations. And sometimes you'd have people drop off donations that were unexpected and amounts that some people would be like, hey, yeah, I want that. Like nobody knows about it, And so a particular coworker, I enjoyed this person, so it was really unfortunate. But they were there when the donation was received. And I happened to walk in when they were getting ready to pocket it. And so I made sure that I spoke up because our clients, our patients, it was a doctor's office, they're indigent. They don't have the funds to afford insurance. Sometimes they're undocumented, so they don't have insurance. These funds go to helping them get that care, whether it's sending them to referrals and sometimes paying for that referral or for that specialist. Sometimes it's just getting their shots. So that was a time where integrity wasn't exactly upheld in that situation. But I felt like if I knew about it, even if this person's probably not going to say I knew about it because then that would incriminate themselves, I knew that that wasn't right. And so I've taken that experience and I put it in every aspect of my life. And I try to make sure that if somebody has this other value, I don't compromise my own, first of all. I can't compromise mine because I have to live with myself. They might not worry about it, but I have to live with myself. So when I encounter people with these different values, I make sure that whatever action I take falls in line with my own values first, and then look out for the values of the people that it affects. Sorry, I don't mean to ramble.
That's great.
Hi, Brittany. My name's Barb Campbell. It's nice to meet you. Given that council is already 1 year into a 2-year work plan, please tell us how your strengths align with that plan, where they do not, and how you would work within the system.
So I have my notes. So I was looking through it, and one of the things that stuck out to me is under the safety, health, and accountability, or safety, health, accountability, and justice goal, and the one that the specific target was build organizational capacity in connection with neighborhood associations and other community groups, focusing on equitable inclusion of marginalized community members. The reason why that spoke out to me was because in healthcare, there is a subset of people who tend to get overlooked, and that is everywhere in every aspect of life, whether it's healthcare, government, education. There's always going to be something that's overlooked. And so the reason I went into public health was, to, like I said, to build that bridge. And so I feel as though my experiences and everything align with that particular strategy because I have learned to be that bridge, because I do want to make sure that everybody is represented equally. The one that did not was under the transportation part, because I don't have experience with that. So it's kind of hard to take my strengths and align with something on such a huge scale. But I am also a lifelong learner, so.
Thank you.
Okay, so the last question is about our meeting schedule. Typically, we meet on the first and third Wednesdays of each month from 5 to 9 p.m., sometimes later than that, depending on how long this meeting goes. And then there's often a few subcommittee meetings and other committee liaison assignments. So do you foresee any conflicts with that schedule as far as being able to come to council meetings and other things? And how will you maintain your own resiliency in a very public role that's often managing through challenging and controversial issues?
So no, I don't foresee any issues in scheduling. I am on the Human Rights and Equity Committee, so I am familiar with how those meetings tend to run. And I've virtually attended some city council meetings as well to get an idea of how late they last. You ladies. I'm glad that I'm a night bird or a night owl. I'm sorry, not light beaver. As far as dealing with controversy and my own resiliency, I stand firm in my beliefs, and that's one of the biggest things I think for me, because I feel if you are not sure of your beliefs, it's easy to be taken in by the negativity. Whereas I know when I'm doing something from my heart, and I'm doing what I believe is best. So I've grown up different. So I've come across a lot of people who are against me for something that I like or something that I don't like or how I look or whatever the situation is. I was that kid that purposely wore mismatched socks and shoes to school. So, I've gotten a lot of negative comments towards my life in my life. And I just, as long as I know that I'm doing what I can do, the best that I can do, it has not affected me yet.
Well, great. Do you have any questions for us, or does anybody on council have any follow-up questions that they want to ask?
I don't currently have any questions.
I mean, I would just like, and this is something that I know that we talked about at the Human Rights and Equity Commission interview too, but just wanted to sort of reemphasize the part about sort of working within a system and the city system, and wondered if you had any sort of thoughts about that. And now that you've attended some of the meetings and understand how things work, often at a very different pace and through sort of a different, almost bureaucratic lens, and just wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
A lot of my perspective on it hasn't changed as of yet. As I said in that interview, I do understand that things take time. They don't just happen overnight. You can't say, hey, I want this change to happen. Look, it happens. It'd be nice. But, that's an idyllic world. Yeah. And in the world we live in, there's so much red tape to get through that, sometimes you can't really expect to ever get through it, especially when you're in a limited term. Mm-hmm. But I do feel comfortable working within those parameters and knowing that as long as I do, again, my best, I can lay the groundwork for the next person to come and put the next stone.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you.
Brittany, can you remind me, were you interested in running to keep the seat if you get appointed?
I am interested primarily because I feel as though if I have an option to continue the work that I've been able to do, it does not make sense to me, honestly, to stop at a given point and not continue the work. If I have the ability to continue, I would love to continue.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Well, any other final questions or things you would like to share with us?
I'm honored to have made it this far.
Thank you so much for
applying
and being here with us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Guys, have a great evening.
You too.
David?
Ready? Because we're running ahead.
David, he just got here.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Judy's also here. So.
Mm-hmm. Wow, great. Weren't we going to have a break in between?
Break is after Judy.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll do 4 and then.
Do a break. People quick with their answers.
Oh. Compared to, right? You're not stumbling.
Yeah. Questions are fine. That's good. The debates are different. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you.
We're running so far ahead.
Thanks for being early. Yeah.
Right the door, is that right? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, if you want to drink water or, if you wanted a minute to.
Well, welcome, David. I'm Jenna Goodman Campbell, and my colleagues can introduce themselves if they'd like, but we're just going to run through the questions that we sent you ahead of time, and then should have plenty of time at the end if you have any questions for us. So,
Okay, thank you.
so please take a few minutes to tell us about yourself, your background, and other key elements of your personal and professional life that have prepared and motivated you to apply for this position.
Sure. Thank you for your time. My name is David Daniels. I'm a father, husband, and government worker living here in our community. I have a combination of hard and soft skills. I'm a problem solver, analytical, and strategic. I'm interested in the why and the how. I prefer to listen before speaking. I'm empathetic and interested in the root cause of problems and passionate about being a part of thoughtful solutions to our community's problems. Earlier in the pandemic, my family, like so many families in this community, desperately sought out childcare. When our son was bumped from his after-school program due to the lack of staffing, my wife showed me a job listing to work in that same after-school program. We immediately saw what a great fit that job would be for me. It would call on my varied background, my experience as a music teacher for over 25 years. It would call on my healthcare administrative experience by using both my analytical and empathetic strengths. And personally, it would call on my lived experience of being a father to a kid with learning disabilities. Trying, as so many of us have been trying to make our way in this profoundly changed world of lockdown, remote school, hybrid school, and even now, pandemic learning loss with going back to school. I'm going to talk a bit more about that job in a minute, but I stand before you today as someone who values the ethos of Ben and wants to preserve what is great about it and help change the things that aren't.
Thank you.
Give me just a second if you would. Sorry.
It's okay if I move this a little bit, or is it
Yeah.
connected to the table?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There we are. Thanks. Thank you so much, David. My name's Barb Campbell. It's nice to meet you. Thanks for applying. As a city councilor, you would be working with a range of people from diverse backgrounds and walks of life. They may have personal values that are very different to your own.
Sure.
Can you describe a time when you have encountered this and how you handled it?
I grew up in Texas and Alabama in small communities and megacities. And I've lived in North Carolina, Portland, Medford, and Ashland, Oregon, even Paris, France. I've lived in deeply conservative towns as well as liberal cities. In my time in healthcare, I've served rich and poor, Christians, Muslims, atheists, conservatives and progressives, rural and urban folks. I've been a part of teams serving Latina women with diabetes, Black women with fibroids, and older white men with cardiac issues. I've helped to provide services to diverse communities in 5 states. And in my current role as team leader in the Kids Inc. after-school program, I care for the recreational, social, emotional, and enrichment needs of a diverse group of elementary school kids, some of them wealthy, many of them middle class, and some of them experiencing food and housing insecurity and other traumas. Whether it be healthcare or education or childcare, working with adults or children, it's long been my job to table my opinions, my emotions, my biases, and my desires while I attend to the needs of others. I've not always been a very good listener. I spent my 20s chasing my dreams of being a songwriter and a small record label owner, but marriage and fatherhood have changed me profoundly. Now I spend most of my time putting others first, checking in with children's and families' needs, holding safe space, cultivating relationships, connecting students and staff to each other, and looking to understand how a child's baggage that day might be getting in the way of having a great afternoon, making stronger relationships with friends.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, hi, David. Given that council's already 1 year into our 2-year work plan,
Yep.
and we sent you the link to our goals, can you tell us how your strengths align with what's in our plan,
Sure.
maybe where they do not, and how you'd work within the city system?
Right. Firstly, I want to say that I'm fully aligned with the spirit of the council's current mission statement, that statement on page 1 of the work plan. For me, the way the statement puts into focus the relationship between our community, our shared prosperity, and the stewardship of this land and city is profound. It's an excellent guiding statement. There are many sides of me. In my current job, I'm called to lead others, but also to listen carefully to individual needs. Privately, I'm a creative, but also an editor. I like data, and I like to write and to revise. I enjoy looking at problems deeply, and I like to discover and understand optimal solutions. I believe I can jump into the middle of your current work plan and help out where needed. If I may, let me point you to specific parts of the work plan that I think I can be most helpful. The hard skills I would bring to the city's issues are my experiences developing and reviewing budgets, financial statements, business agreements, and contracts. As mentioned before, I have experience writing and editing, and I have a working knowledge of front-end design and user experience. The soft skills are those that I've already spoken about in my current role: empathetic listening, connecting, but also healthy detachment when objectivity is needed. The particular parts of the council's work plan that touch on my knowledge, strengths, and experience are those concerning housing, climate, health, and safety. It's clear that access to housing is one of the biggest issues affecting our community. The reasons for this are both particular to Bend, as well as part of larger systemic problems plaguing people across the country today. As a voracious reader of news and politics, local and national, and as a Bend resident, I have both the head and the heart to work thoughtfully on issues of houselessness, affordability, equity, and pursuing the right kind of growth, balancing the needs of residents at all income levels with that of our natural environment. Another issue that affects everyone at all levels of society is our changing climate. And though our location and geography put us at advantage in many respects, we are especially vulnerable to wildfire and smoke, as you know. If you know me personally, you would know that I place a premium on safety and security. My kayak might have 1 or 2 extra tie downs. My personal go bag is packed at home, but as a community, we have to acknowledge our changing climate, adapt and prepare for longer fire seasons, bigger fires, and impacts to land and structures. Although we've had a lot of unseasonably wet and cold weather in Bend lately, we have to be eyes wide open about the longstanding drought affecting the American West. I love subject matter experts, and as a counselor, I would seek out the expertise and input of these subject matter experts, be they scientists, task forces, mental health professionals, or first responders, whoever understands the problem best. These days, I'm happy to see more discussions of the importance of access to mental health. There's more of that going on right now than any time I can remember in my lifetime. Mental Health America, a nonprofit mental health advocacy group, weighed prevalence of mental health and access to care. Oregon ranked last for adults and 47th for youth. Any review of approaches to policing, health, and people experiencing houselessness should include considerations of mental health. All people can benefit from mental health services, but mostly it's only the wealthy that can consistently access them. I myself was only able to visit a therapist regularly once I could finally obtain comprehensive health insurance through an employer. Many people in the gig economy today are not so lucky. It's clear we need creative solutions to expanding access to mental health. We simply do not have enough trained mental health professionals to serve everyone, especially here in Oregon. We will have to look for and promote creative solutions, such as Oregon's Youth Line, which uses trained teens to talk to other teens seeking mental health services. Finally, as a bike commuter and employee of Bend Park and Recreation District, working in a Bend Lapine school over at North Star, I would be a logical counselor to interface with these organizations if needed, since I have existing relationships and working knowledge. So programs mentioned in the council's work plan, such as the neighborhood street safety program, would be a good fit. I'm passionate about walkable and bikeable, safe, connected, and accessible routes throughout the city.
Thank you. So typically the council meets on the first and third Wednesday of the month. We start at 5 and end whenever. And there's also, some extra sort of subcommittees and council liaison assignments. Do you foresee any conflicts with that schedule? And more importantly, given this commitment, how do you think that you can maintain your resiliency in a very public role that is often managing through challenging and controversial issues?
I've spoken with my supervisor at Bend Parks and Recreation, and she's in full support of me filling this vacancy and working with me on any scheduling conflicts. I would absolutely be able to commit to first and third Wednesdays of each month from 5 p.m. on. I would also be available for a few subcommittee meetings and committee liaison assignments. I will maintain my resiliency via the stated support of my family and employer. We live in an increasingly polarized world. However, I am drawn to controversial issues, wanting to understand the root causes of hard problems and looking for creative, affordable, and effective solutions that balance the needs of disparate groups. I've always detested the tendency for politicians to avoid doing the right thing just so as to be reelected. The nature of this vacancy appointment is that I can quietly get to work without needing to worry about popularity or getting elected in November. I'm open to running, but I'm not seeking it out at this time. I'm motivated by voting for the sensible approach rather than the easy or popular approach. I'm not looking to try to please everyone or placate special interests. I'm simply looking to serve our whole community well. Madam Mayor and councilors, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions for us?
I would love to hear a little bit more about the committee assignments and kind of like mostly just from a logistical kind of, time standpoint. Yeah.
Well, we all are liaisons to a variety of committees and a couple of commissions, and generally that just involves attending the meeting of that committee and listening in, taking notes.
Okay.
Perhaps explaining council's position, but you're there just as an ear for council. You're not there to influence the committee at all.
That's
And
cool. Listen.
so we'll need to fill some of the vacancies that were created by the two positions that are vacant right now.
Right.
And there may be some switching around. So we usually work with the councilor schedules to figure out what committees will or won't work.
Okay.
And we usually have an alternate as well. So if you can't attend a meeting, then
Okay. So if I'm hearing you right, it's really just the first and third Wednesdays that are hard. Like this is the time you have to be here at this time. Okay.
then we have two council subcommittees
Yeah.
that are meeting
Every other month, right?
But every other month, once a month, one of the committees. So, but we divide. So three are in one subcommittee, three are in another.
Okay.
Mayor does not participate, but we'll kind of do a reshuffling of the deck probably in July after the council settles.
Those are typically weekday evenings or?
We've
Traditionally have been kind of more lunchtime types of meetings, but I think there's flexibility in those.
Okay.
we've set them just kind of based on individual counselors' schedules so that all three can make it, and
Okay.
they're usually only about an hour long.
All right.
Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you.
Does anyone have any follow-ups?
No.
Were you considering running for reelection?
Was I considering it? I'm open to it, but I'm not. At this point, I think more likely I would fill the vacancy. Doing the job is much more appealing to me than running for the job. So
Yes.
imagining doing the job.
I get that. Yeah.
So yeah, honestly, the opportunity to come in, I mean, I do think that the residents should obviously elect the representatives, but in this case, it's shoes that are needed to fill, and this is a good way for me to come into it as kind of an introvert and more kind of observer, more kind of wonky type person.
Sure.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. All right. Thank you for your time.
Mm.
Ready for the old bra?
Hi, Judy. Are we?
What can I say?
That was an interesting song.
Color called blue.
My granddaughters tell me this is platinum.
You are. You're right on trend.
Yeah, they're 12 and 13 now and rather sassy, so.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, hi, Judy. Welcome. Thanks for
Thank you.
thank you for applying.
You're very welcome.
Barb, you want to kick us off this round?
Glad you're here early.
Yeah, I know. I scheduled it at 6:20 because I had an appointment, and it's like at 4, and I thought, okay, I don't want to get too, but that ended early, and so I said, I'll just bump in there.
Great for us, thankfully. Yeah. Good. Thanks so much for coming in. And would you please take a few minutes to tell us about yourself, your background, and other key elements of your personal and professional life that have prepared and motivated you to apply for this position?
Well, I guess I'd first start off by saying, as my children describe me, I'm a public service junkie. That's probably, from the time my husband and I, Mike Dugan and I, moved here in November of 1978. And it didn't take me more than a couple of years to start getting involved within the community. I'm very compelled to be a voice within the community in a variety of aspects. I mean, my first, I guess you would say, position where I served on a board or a committee or something was for a nonprofit daycare center. And, it sort of went up from there. Been on this local school board, State Board of Education, National Association of State Boards of Education. I got myself elected, and as I said, I was the one-term wonder in the legislature. So I mean, I have a broad variety of experience. I've been on a variety of state boards, commissions, all sorts of community committees, etc. over the 40 plus years we've been here. And now I am fully retired, sort of, kind of. No, I teach part-time both at COCC and OSU Cascades. I know. Yeah. I teach political science classes. I teach Intro to U.S. Government and state and local politics. So it's fun. It's fun trying to upgrade the, I guess you would say, the knowledge and the attention of younger people. They need to understand and know how things function and operate. And I really particularly enjoy teaching the state and local government classes because most students, most young people, most citizens really do not understand and appreciate how much work takes place at the local level. That's the reality. So I think I've meandered a little here, but
Do you mind if I just, on one thing you said, Judy, were you also, am I correct, elected to the school board locally here? Is that right? And those are the two elected positions you've held were school board and state rep?
State rep, right. Yep. Those were the two elected ones, yes. Tried for a couple others, but
It sounds like they got you with the way they get all junkies, where the first one was free.
Yep.
Daycare, is that right? And then, thank you.
From there.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, that was, and I ultimately had to resign from the local school board because I had been appointed the juvenile court referee here in Deschutes County, and it's considered two separate branches of government, and it's a conflict. And Judge Mosgrove said, "You got to make a decision." So, I mean, youth and children have always been a great passion for me, and both of those were, of equal importance. But I really was. There hadn't been a juvenile court referee here. I think I was the second one. And so it was a fairly new position in an area that I was very interested in. So yeah, that's why I didn't serve out my full term on the school board. So. But I guess what I'd say is that you know, I mean, I've had such a variety of experience, and when I was contacted about was I interested, it was really sort of a little bit funny because Mike and I were on this big road trip, 5,800 mile road trip from here back to Cincinnati and round and about home. But you know, this had all come up, and we were keeping up on the local news and stuff. And I was like, yeah, you know, this would be interesting just to throw my hat in there for that short period of time, the interim. And Mike's like, yeah, right. Yeah. We happened to be back in Colorado where my son was, and he's like, Mom. Yeah, at any rate. So it was purely coincidental, and I happened to be sort of floating in that direction. And when Counselor Keebler contacted me and said, would I be interested? I said, yeah, as a matter of fact. So I just, you know, I think I could sort of more or less hit the ground running. I don't need a lot of, I mean, obviously there's a broad, you know, panoply of issues and things that are being dealt with at the city level. However, I think based on just my background, my experience, I'm pretty adept at sort of picking up the, you know, picking up the slack and heading forward. So I think I can be, in that regard, I think it would probably take less tutoring and, you know, sort of how you do things and how you go about the process and that kind of thing. So I think I could pretty well hit the ground running, and that I think would be a strength in an interim position in particular.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So as a city council, you'll be working with a range of people from diverse backgrounds and walks of life, and they may have personal values that are very different to your own. Can you describe a time when you've encountered this and how you handled it?
Well, I guess I would say, first of all, in my legal career, that happened a lot. That was just part of the playbook, is that you were. One time I had a case where I was appointed to represent a man who was accused of child abuse. And I had another colleague in the legal business, and she said to me, how can you accept that appointment? Why would you not turn it down? And I looked at her and I said, I respect what your position, and I understand what you're saying, but I also understand that under our system of legal representation, everybody is entitled to representation. And I don't have to like what they did or are accused of doing. I don't like to particularly like them, but they have a right to be represented and have somebody who is speaking on their behalf. And, you know, we agreed to disagree in that regard. I guess those kind of things happen multiple occasions in my legal professional career. I mean, it's part of it. I would say probably another example that I would give is when I was in the legislature, I regularly held town halls in the city. We called them Java with Judy. And I did provide the coffee, I paid. But repeatedly, I think practically everyone that we held, and we were pretty good even during session. We would, on Saturdays and things, we would hold them. I held them pretty much once a month. There was a fellow who showed up just about every time and he was very, I wouldn't say belligerent, but he was very hostile in his, in his tone, and he would always throw these, some statement at me about my position on this and my position on that, and why did I think I was representing the people if I had that? But that's not what everybody thought, and I was just very calm and very to not be confrontational, because that didn't do anybody any good. And I, more or less say, sir, I respect your position. However, I do not agree with it. And I appreciate you coming and letting me know how you feel. And then I'd go on to the next person. So that's sort of how I, handle that. And then finally, the last one I would say is I have 2 grandsons. We raised my niece, and she married a fellow who was, he's Jordanian, but he's he's Palestinian, and he'd been over here. And a couple, 3 years after 9/11, he had overstayed his visa. He'd come here on a student visa, and he had overstayed it by about 15 years. So he was long past. And we disabled, my niece and he had gotten married, and they had one child, and she was expecting another. And we decided that we really needed to get his situation straightened out. And so I contacted a friend of mine up in the Portland area, because they live up there, and to see about getting an attorney to represent him and help him through the stages of getting legalized. And I was totally taken aback by this person. This is somebody I had gone to law school with. And when I started explaining this situation, he said, "There's no way on God's effing earth that I would represent a goddamn Muslim." And I'm like, okay then. I said, "Well, have a good day." And I walked out of the office. So that was one of those, oh, wow moments. But I just looked at him and I said, I am surprised that you're taking that attitude, but okay, you're entitled. And I walked out. So.
Given the council is already 1 year into a 2-year work plan, please tell us how your strengths align with that plan, where they do not, and how you would work within the city system.
Well, I read through the little what? Goals. Yeah, the goals. Thank you. The goals. I clicked on the link. That's what I was trying to think of. The link. What is that called? At any rate, and I did. I tried to print it. It was really weird. When I tried to print it, the page, the only thing that came out was the little tables. The rest of the page was black, solid black. I tried different. I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know if I have a Mac, so I don't know if that has something to do with it. Heaven only knows. But anyway, so I couldn't print them out. But I did. Overall, I think the goals are this is a grow. I mean, we've been here 40 plus years. We've seen the changes in this community that not a lot of folks have seen as much as us. I tell this story about we've been here about maybe 3 or 4 months, and Mike called me. He got hired at the DA's office, and he called me. He says, "Come down and meet me at the corner of Wall and Greenwood." And he said, "Be there about 5 till 5." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Just come down and meet me down here." And so I met him, and he was with Ed Perkins, who was then the chief deputy and later got appointed judge. But they're standing there, and he goes, "Okay, now watch." And at 5 o'clock, the lights at the end, both in Wall Street and down on Franklin, went to blinking yellow. And then we stood there and watched the lights go out down Main Street. So, but at any rate, this is a community that has, I am not one of those people that says, "I came here, you can't come." That's not how it works. So looking over the goals, I think they're very solid, considering the fact that we are a growing, diverse community with basically, when you've gone from when we moved here 13,000 population to now over 100, I mean, there's a lot of dynamics and changes that are going to occur and have to be addressed and have to be dealt with. And I am very, I may have a different opinion about an approach to an issue. Number one, though, I think the goals are all solid. I think they are all, well positioned for the state of this community at this point in time. I think that it is it's a good roadmap, I guess, is what I'd say for how to move down the road, so to speak. And, I might have an opinion about an approach here or there, something like that. But I don't see that I have any major, I guess you would say major complaint or major opposition to overall the plan and sort of where we're taking, the council is taking things and moving. And like I said, I might have a different view about some aspect of how you move forward, or some part of a strategy, one of the strategies or something like that. And I won't be afraid to voice it. I mean, one thing I've learned over my 40 plus years of working in a variety of public spaces is you have to be able to speak your mind. You have to be able to express your opinions, but you, on the receiving end, you have to be willing to listen to other people. So I'm, happy to make my voice heard, and in a constructive way. Yeah.
So typically, council meets on the first and third Wednesdays of each month from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Right.
Sometimes and often later.
I've noticed that a few times.
Plus a few subcommittee meetings and other committee liaison assignments. Do you foresee any conflicts with that schedule? And given this commitment, how will you maintain your resiliency in a very public role that is often managing through challenging and controversial issues?
Well, to hit the last first, I think, that's been what I've done my whole life. It's just who I am, what I've done. And, I don't think that there's one public role that I've had where there wasn't some aspect of consternation. There was some aspect of, somebody slamming things in your face and et cetera. And it just comes, it's the nature of the beast, comes with the territory. And if you're not, prepared to just sort of continue moving ahead, then you shouldn't as they say, put your name on the dotted line. So I think that it's just something that I'm very, very aware of and very willing to, and part of that, I have the fuzzy-faced dude that hangs out at the house where I live. Yeah, he's supportive, and he'll be good. So, yeah. As for as conflict, overall, I don't see a problem with it. We do have a week in August, and I think it's the week of the 14th, where we already have a planned vacation, or take that week off. My husband's family has a cabin down at Lake of the Woods in Southern Oregon. They've had the cabin it looks like a cabin too, not like these giant houses that they're rebuilding. Oh my gosh. Any rate, it's an A-frame, but they've had it there for like 60 years, and we get a week here and there. So that week is our week, but that otherwise. And I don't think it would probably, I am teaching this fall, and I think I'd have to look at my schedule. I think I have a morning class and then an afternoon class. So I hope that wouldn't interfere at all with council meetings at all. And I try to work around the best I can, if any, committee or other assignments. Yeah, but that shouldn't be a big problem.
Okay.
Assuming I have enough students.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope enough students are interested in state and local government.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. That one. Like I said, that's the one I enjoy them both, but that one I really like.
That's great.
So,
Have you got any questions for us?
I guess just timeline as far as, are you going to make a decision tonight or probably next week?
Yeah, and we forgot to tell you and the previous candidate that Councilor Broadman is listening in. Unfortunately, he's literally on an airplane listening in. He had a flight delay. So he's sorry he can't be here in person, but as long as he's able to listen in on all of the interviews, we will be deliberating and potentially even voting tonight. So
okay,
that's the timeline.
And I'm assuming then notification would come
Possible?
Yep.
We've got your number, right?
Now you've got my number. Oh, boy. No. Yeah, last person who said that. Yeah. Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah, but I didn't, it is necessary for me to hang out and hang around or,
No.
Not unless you want to, no.
all right.
You're welcome to watch at home too.
Now that might take a little bit more technological. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
And more cooperation from the fuzzy faced dude.
Maybe he could help.
Yeah, well, I think you're talking to two pretty technologically challenged people at times. So my son got me set up on Zelle. So now I can, he does, we have a family plan for our cell phones. And so he's the guy who handles all that. And he said, Mom, I'm tired of checks, because I'd leave him a pile of signed checks. So it's one of these,
Oh, yeah.
I know how to do it.
Well, if you want to watch us deliberate, you click the link. Just click the link on the
Click
website.
the link.
Click the link.
Video, you got it.
There you go. All right. Thank you. I appreciate the consideration.
Nice to see you.
Same here.
So yeah, we have a break that we've built in. I don't know, we'll check in.
I've checked in with the candidates. We could start at 6:30.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
6:30.
Yeah, so that would give us a 15-minute break or so.
And then do we know where in the air Anthony is? And-
Check in with maybe some.
He's on the call.
He's still on the call, yeah.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm listening.
Where are you, Anthony?
I'm in Redmond. I'll be there in a minute.
Oh, okay, great.
Why don't we wait till he gets here?
We could just wait to start up again until you get.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Yes. For anybody watching, about how long do we suppose that might be?
Decent. Well,
So should we say 6:45?
why don't we say 6:45? We had intended to come in at 6:50 anyways, so why don't we just stick close to the schedule?
Okay.
Thanks.
Welcome back, everybody. This is a special meeting of Bend City Council. And now we have all of our members here in person, and we're ready for our next applicant.
Not Mo, we're ready for Jordan Elliott.
Sorry, Mel. One more.
One at a time. There we go.
Hi, Jordan. Welcome. You'll see us.
Hi there.
The screen's over here and over there. So sorry, we're not going to be looking right at the camera, but welcome. Thank you for being here virtually with us this evening.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
So we're just going to run through each of the 4 questions that we sent you, and then we'll leave a little time at the end if you have any questions for us.
Great.
Where we left off?
I don't know. I'll start. Yeah. Okay. So Jordan, the first question is, we're going to ask you to take a few minutes and tell us about yourself, your background, and any other key elements of your personal and professional life that have prepared and motivated you to apply for this position.
Yeah, great. So I moved to Bend in 2008 as a seasonal Mount Bachelor employee. I was the lift operations manager there. And then relatively, I don't know, 3 years before that, finished a degree in sociology. I was spending my summers in Southeast Alaska in kind of my other career, guiding, and got my captain's license and had kind of a dual career role going there between the ski industry. And then in 2012, Bachelor asked me to become the HR director as they'd done a few staffing changes and moved some people to some other ski areas. And I served as the HR director until 2018. All the while being involved in this trade association for all the ski areas in the region. And then in 2018, stepped into the leadership role of that trade association. That's kind of how I got to Bend and my involvement there in one of the most visible and biggest, largest employers in town, in the Central Oregon, really. And the last couple of years, just prior to COVID, we had our first child, my wife and I, and she's now 3.5. And then last year, we had another child, and he's 1 now, just turned 1 a couple of weeks ago. I guess to back up through that time at Bachelor as the HR director, Bachelor had also asked me to go through Leadership Bend, and I did that and really enjoyed that program. But then since now I work remotely and had 2 kids and the pandemic, I've actually kind of disengaged a little bit and just been protecting the house basically and raising 2 littles. So there's a few things I definitely need to be catching up on, but I've definitely keep my eye on things on the periphery at least. So I do have a little bit of catching up to do. Overall though, I'm kind of feeling in the last couple of years that merely voting is perhaps the least a citizen can do to participate in democracy. It's a pretty one-day event if you don't engage further. And I'm sick of that. I think everybody else needs to engage further, and I'm trying to lean into that. So when I saw this opportunity come up and knowing through Leadership Bend, kind of the workings of the city, at least at that level, I felt it was kind of my duty to speak up and see if I could be of help.
Thank you.
Great.
Jordan, as a city councilor, you will be working with a range of people from diverse backgrounds and walks of life. They may have personal values that are very different to your own. Can you describe a time when you have encountered this and how you handled it?
I think just to localize that in my experience through Bend and now Bachelor, I'm kind of used to being a punching bag. And I know you guys are all having a great time right now. I think this just sounds like a great time happening. So that helped me develop some thick skin a little bit and really helped me learn the importance. If I look at that kind of demographic and really know it intimately from being the HR director there, lots of walks of life come through. And that staffing, at least demographic, mirrors Bend's demographic to a degree, or at least it did my time there. So I think it's really important to, in whatever you're trying to achieve, remain factual in whatever it is of the body of the work that you're getting after. Clearly establish your goals and your objectives, and then methodically go after them. And it's hard to, but it's important to kind of step back from the emotion, because you're going to get lots of people from different walks of life, and you're not going to know the nuance of every little situation. So you really have to stay on target of the task at hand. And it's really it's a hard line to walk that. How do I remove myself from the emotion of the situation, but also remain empathetic. It's a really hard thing there, but I think the tough skin is what's been developed. I know kind of the Bend crowd. Yeah.
Thank you. So given the council is already 1 year into a 2-year work plan, please tell us how your strengths align with that plan, where they do not, and how you would work within the city system.
I have some kind of notes here after overlooking that plan, but the one thing that stood out or took some deciphering was the color coding. I don't really understand fully what the light blue versus the dark blue. Some of it's broken up by quarters, some of it's broken up by year or overlapping a couple years. So you've definitely had a lot going on there. And just looking at that, I decided to be a little pragmatic about it and see what is in this current term, either ending in December from that blue shading or starting now-ish in July. So again, not really knowing if that's like part 1 and part 2 of different plans and what you guys have been working on. The two that stood out that look like they're ending in December. One's the efficiency in transportation using technology and transparency, there in your city dealings. And then the implementation of your climate action plan. That looks like something is ending in December. So I'd be coming in and kind of helping tail off a project. And I don't think that would be too difficult because there's obviously a body of work currently being done. And so just be catching up to speed and seeing what are the final things needing done here to get over the finish line by December. And then there's a whole slew of things that are kind of starting or maybe just started in the spring within this term. And then they're going to go past into January. And that's kind of the longer list I have here. That equity lens, improving access through the community to all the city dealings. Well, that's kind of my degree. I have to dust a few things off there, the 20-year-old sociology degree now, but at least the sociological imagination, I think really does still thrive in me, and equity is a big deal. It's a big deal as an employer, it's a big deal in the community at large. So expanding outreach, the associations, and I think I had mentioned this in the initial files that I sent over to you guys. I love the Orchard District Neighborhood Association. It's so hard with like fits and starts of who's on the board and who rotates out and like what these do. And I know COVID killed that. But I think they're really cool. I think it's a really cool thing. It's hard to explain to people what it is because they want to assume it's an HOA and it's not. So there's one barrier right there in just conversation setting. But I love those associations. So to see that that's kind of on there, I think it's a cool thing. Next up was the natural environment, the climate change type things. And the thing that stood out to me is, of course, the clean air thing. And I'm not sure if this is really a back and forth question opportunity, but I got to assume that's just wildfire smoke. There's nothing else that we're doing that's massively diminishing the quality of air in town. So it's those wildfire plans and those couple points that you guys have there going right into that. And the resiliency plan. The regional efforts there would stood out to me because that's my job is regional efforts. So understanding those things would be kind of in my purview already to see where we can make these connections with other areas. There's something to that fire resiliency plan that looks outside of the just direct city limits. What else we got here? The infrastructure, optimizing infrastructure for employment. That's a big that's a big thing you guys have on that list, and it's pretty ambitious. The broadband utility access is what really stood out to me. I think that's a really important thing. Again, through my job for these rural businesses across multiple states right now, this broadband thing is a huge deal. It's a really big thing. So I'm happy to see that that's on the city's list. I have learning to do about SDCs, Street Transportation Plan. I'm going to have some reading up there to do for sure. And the water side, the water utility investments, that also stood out to me. That's kind of a big passion of mine right now within the ski industry, on really advocating for all the ski areas to become water stewards and treat our workforce the same, even off-season workforce when they're not technically working for a ski area. I think water is the biggest thing we have going in outdoor recreation, and it's a huge thing. We all need to be stewards of that. The last week's council meeting, I zoomed in on. Like I said, I kind of stepped back for a little while, and so it's good to plug back in. And this homelessness task force, there's some learning there to do. I definitely know all the rumblings in town and follow the news on what different solutions like that can be. So that's a huge challenge, and it's probably of all of them the one I'm least read up on. And it seems like it's one of the biggest things going on right now too. So again, I'm pretty peripherally aware of what comes at to me through local media, but I'm not steeped in it. The other thing I'm not really steeped in or haven't been really plugged into is the policing issues that are on that list. And yeah, that's kind of it. Of just looking at the different shading areas, again, not understanding what your different bodies of work there are and what those shadings mean. Within the city system, I think jumping right in, if I were to jump into this, I think I'd want to be spending some time in Eric King's office and with other staffers and really just tapping into the knowledge base and getting up to speed as quickly as I can and being pragmatic about the items that would be most effective of use of my time and the council's time through December.
Thanks, Jordan. Typically, the council meets on the first and third Wednesdays of each month from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., sometimes later. And often a few subcommittee meetings and other committee liaison assignments. Do you foresee any conflicts with that schedule? Given this commitment, how will you maintain your resiliency in a very public role that is often managing through challenging and controversial issues?
I just looked at my calendar this afternoon. I don't have any conflicts at this time. There are a couple things going on in outdoor recreation and some things we're getting ready for the next legislative cycle in the state that I am going to have to start canvassing the state a little bit more, meeting with the different outdoor rec groups later this summer and through the fall. But the good thing about looking at that now and knowing that this is first and third Wednesdays, I can schedule around that. As far as resiliency, so I stepped away from a very intensive job that didn't provide a lot of work-life balance. So I'm quite used to that. I very much enjoy my work-life balance at this point. But I've definitely learned that just taking some me time and now the joy that I have in having these two very small children running around, that's actually a pretty good recharge for me too. So I get to hang out with them, take some time for myself, time for the community, and time for my family. And I think I can come up with a pretty good split there.
Great.
Well, thank you, Jordan. Those are all the questions we have for you. Do any counselors have any follow-up questions? Do you have any questions for us, Jordan?
I do not.
All right, then. Well,
And if
yes,
you
go ahead.
are you interested in running for city council?
I am not for this time.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Jordan.
Thanks.
Yep. Thank you.
Do you need a break, or I know it looks like Mo Mitchell is online and ready if you'd like to keep going.
Let's keep going.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Mo.
Hi.
Welcome
Hi.
virtually. Thank you
Yes.
so much for being here,
Yes.
for applying.
You all are on my screen, like very far away.
Sorry. And we're looking off to the side.
I will not be able to see any of your FX at all. So,
Well, we're
Anyway.
going to run through the questions that
sure. Yeah.
we sent you, and then if you have any questions for us at the end, we'll have time for that as well.
Okay.
Megan, why don't you start us off?
Mo, could you take a few minutes to tell us about yourself, your background, and other key elements of your personal and professional life that have prepared and motivated you to apply for this position?
Sure. Well, hi, my name's Mo. I use they, them, she, her pronouns. I'm queer. I've been living in Bend, or I think I did the math right. I think I moved here when I was just getting ready to turn 23. So that's like, I don't know, a long time ago. I don't want to do the math. And have lived here for a while. built a lot of community in Bend, had some like really lovely early young adulthood experiences here. Riding my bike, and back when it was easy to find rentals on the west side even, was when I was first arriving here. And then I left in 2009 to go to graduate school in Boulder, Colorado. I went to Naropa University to study contemplative psychotherapy. So I'm a mental health therapist professionally, which is a big part of my life, my identity, really more just around who I am as I'm a people person. Like I grew up loving summer camp, and that's not lost on me. It's kind of the same today, right? I like being with people, interacting with people, working in groups. My career now, I work for myself. I have a private practice in Bend. But prior to that, kind of alongside my graduate training and then into my early days in my career, I worked for Deschutes County Behavioral Health, and there are 2 different intensive treatment teams there. One with adults and the other with young adults and some teens. I've also had experience working in large hospital systems like emergency room departments, like psychiatric inpatient kind of care centers, which makes me really comfortable being in systems. And I've had the opportunity working at the county to sort of understand the experience of working in government and how there's a lot of energy and motivation, but sometimes it's slow. It can be really slow work. Let's see here. What motivated me? Lots of things. Being on HREC, fueling some of my decision to be here today, really learning and understanding and integrating even more the need for creating a greater sense of belonging for everybody in this community, not just certain folks, is a huge motivating factor to sort of raise up and amplify the voice of equity in our community. As sort of, I'm looking at the graphic, I can see the graphic on the wall, as the center of like a guiding principle to make laws and create community and structure. So that's huge. And I'd say my work has helped me motivate me a lot because I consider it immense privilege to sit with people from diverse backgrounds and experiences and be with them in pain and suffering. And doing that has really taught me not just empathy as like a cognitive process, but like as an integrated sort of almost somatic process, like really being able to feel the impact of someone's experience and to really learn and to see firsthand what happens when our systems fail people and continue to harm those who have historically been harmed. And I don't mind conflict. Like I was raised in a home where there was a lot of love, but there was also a lot of sometimes yelling. And I'm on some level, my nervous system is sort of used to conflict, right? I've done a lot of crisis work in my career as well, and worked with first responders. So conflict is sort of easeful for me in a way, and it doesn't scare me.
Robin, would you turn the volume up just a little, please? Thank you.
So as a city councilor, you'll be working with a range of people from diverse backgrounds and walks of life. They may have personal values that are very different to your own. Can you describe a time when you have encountered this and how you handled it?
Sure. So I encounter this a lot with my work, a little less so now just because of most of my referrals are word of mouth. So someone has a good experience as a client of mine and they tell a friend or community member, and typically those folks have some overlap in shared culture. So it's a little less now, but definitely I had that a lot of my work working in hospital settings and kind of acute care and kind of doing community-based mental health work. But that sort of feels like cheating using that as an example because I have to, it's professional. But this actually happened to me the other day. I was in some small town in Oregon near the coast. I don't even remember where. And I was in a Ace Hardware picking up a part for a thing I needed. And I had an interesting dialogue with a gentleman who was very much my elder. And he said, "Where are you from?" And I told him, and he said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Felt bad for me. And sort of indicated because of some of like maybe the current politics shift or the changes happening in our demographics in our community, which I view as, okay, more diverse people are having more voice. Hopefully more people are having a sense of belonging here. and that's part of the change. And it was just interesting. Like, I noticed right away 2 things happening for me. 1, scanning to make sure I was safe. Like, how authentic can I be with this human? But 2, I was like, I can connect with this guy. Like, we can have some humor to sort of disarm and connect. And I often find I use humor as a way to connect with people, or there's something that we can all sort of get behind. And I try to do that. And I at least try to listen for it. One of the things I try to remind myself is don't listen to be right, listen to understand people. I apologize to all the lawyers in the room, but like sometimes like don't listen like you're a lawyer, right? Don't listen to try to like prove a point otherwise. And so I try to utilize that way of listening and being with people as a way to try to connect when there's difference. And the exception to that, I will say, is when it turns to hate and violence. And that's the boundary. What's the, I wrote it down, the James Baldwin quote that maybe you all are aware of. We can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist, which I think is a great guiding principle.
So did you make the guy at Ace Hardware laugh?
What was that? What I caught a little bit.
Ace Hardware laugh?
Yeah, we chuckled. I ended up learning a lot about his daughter, who did live in Lapine and just relocated back home, and he's really happy about it. And like talked about her work. I'm forgetting now what her work what was, but it was kind of a big deal. And I was like, oh, she's a big deal. And he's like, yeah. So we kind of connected around his role as a dad, and I could tell that he was really proud of her. So we had a good chuckle, and he helped me find the part I needed, and it was nice. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Mom.
Given the council's already 1 year into a 2-year work plan, tell us how your strengths align with that plan, where they do not, and how you would work within the city system.
So how they align. So I'm looking at all your goals, right? I can get behind all of this. I see the intersectionality of all these goals, how if they were arrows on a piece of paper, you could see where they all come together in the middle. I think that's beautiful. And also like very, what's the word? I want to say aggressive, but not aggressive. Hopeful. Like you all want to do a lot, which is great. And I also know like that's a lot. So I can get behind all of these goals, and I understand the point of them. I think my strength is going to be the ability to communicate, right? The ability to ask difficult questions, like a critical intelligence almost, but based in curiosity, not in judgment, not like, well, why are you doing this or why are you doing that? Like, but really like, no, really, why? with curiosity. So those are going to be, I think any 2 folks that you select to fill these vacant positions have the privilege of beginner's mind, meaning they're going to be new to the system. So they're going to be able to come into your system and say, like, have you thought about it like this? Or have you noticed this? And that's, I think, a strength that anyone's going to bring. But I would like to believe and hope that I would really want to bring that to your group as well, to sort of come in with that beginner's mind and be able to question things with curiosity. My other strengths around sort of saying sometimes what's uncomfortable but true, like being honest and having integrity, even if it's makes us sort of wiggle in our seats a bit. And I think in a way that also might be a weakness for some folks. I don't really know because I don't know you. I don't know the culture of your group. I don't know you as individuals. And sometimes people don't like or have difficulty with the person in the room that says, I'm really uncomfortable with this. And this is why. And no, I'm going to say no. And maybe me saying no makes things harder for the group. But in the long run, it's going to be rooted in the equity piece that we talked about at the beginning. And that will be, that's what I'm hoping to bring forth, is that clarity. And sometimes that clarity makes things harder, but in the long run, it's better for all. What was the other part of that question? There was a third part. How do I want to work within the system? Efficiently, with integrity, as a teammate. And wherever you need me, feel like, hey, we could really use some energy here, or hey, your background, your skills might be really well served in this arena. Like, what do you know about this? What would be helpful? However you need help.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Mo. Thank you so much for being there today.
They're out there in the ether.
Yeah, that's right. Typically, the council meets on the first and third Wednesdays of every month from 5 to 9, sometimes later, and often a few subcommittee meetings and other committee liaison assignments. Do you foresee any conflicts with that schedule? Given this commitment, how will you maintain your resiliency in a very public role that is often managing through challenging and controversial issues?
Well, I can make the commitment. I think one of the privilege of this kind of opportunity is that it's limited, right? It's like this, I forget how many meetings it is. Like you could count it up, right? It's like, okay, like I can do that. I spoke with my wife about it before obviously starting this whole process, and other folks I trust around just the energy and the time. And I have the support of my family and my community to do that. And I work for myself. And so I get to make my own schedule, which is fantastic. So I just have to put it on the schedule and it'll happen. And then with regards to sort of the current climate we're in and resiliency, I deal with this stuff all the time anyway, as being queer. Like this is like in my cells. So it's like, I know there's like moments of high tension, and I know it's not always about, you know, maybe it's not always aligned with my own narrative or experience, but it's like, I feel this often. I feel this kind of dealing with this kind of tension and energy in my work with other people who are also fielding this constantly. So this is not like a new well for me to drink from, really. It's familiar. And I feel pretty privileged to have a lot of support and a really strong community of friends and chosen family. And my folks live here, my wife and my son. And so I have a lot of support and a lot of people I trust if I do get overwhelmed, when I get overwhelmed. I have people I trust who can help me sort of see clearly through that process. Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's, I don't know, it's just kind of the moment we're in. It's like, I personally believe like change is happening when those from historically harmed populations have greater access to positions of power to help create systemic change. So there it is, right? It's one thing to talk a lot about it. It's another thing like, okay, I'll put myself out there and try this and see what happens and see if it helps.
Do you have any questions for us?
Sure. I mean, you guys have had a lot of change recently. Yeah. I'm just kind of curious what folks like from a group dynamics perspective. I know we're talking about city government here, but like, do you have a sense of what your group needs to continue to be successful, kind of like in this new phase, if you will?
Let's take that one.
I like what you said about asking difficult questions based on curiosity. I think that's something we lost with Councilor Schenkelberg and that beginner's mind piece of just somebody coming in and saying, hey, wait, you know, what about this? Or what does that mean? Right. You know, I think that's both something that the group needs, is just that outside kind of breath of fresh air, but also something that I think the public really deserves to have in this body. Not to say that none of us bring that, but I think that it's always a need.
Right. You can't have like too much of curiosity isn't really a bad thing. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else wanted to respond or if anyone has any follow-up questions.
I just wanted to follow up, Mo, because I know that you kind of had written that it depended in your application about whether you might want to run to keep the seat. And then tonight you're talking about like, here's some set meetings that I can commit to. So Has anything changed about that answer, or is it still the same?
Well, what you need to know is that a therapist always answers questions with the word "it depends."
That's just like a lawyer, right?
We don't like to give you the answer. We want to say, so I'm curious, what's making you ask the question, right? Right. Sorry, it's really making me laugh. Yeah, I mean, I think so to be transparent with you, I'm the person, so I just turned 40, okay? I have a 2-year-old child at home. I'm in the working years right now, right? Career, professional development, parenting, owning a home, things like I'm just kind of in that place developmentally. And so there's always been a big part of me that's wanted to contribute more in a community-based way. Hence, being on HREC has really helped me do that, and I really appreciated it, and it's helped me build more community and all these things. And then it's sort of you realize how great the need is, and I'm sort of okay, so there is a part of me that's sitting on all that. But from a practical standpoint, November, what month is it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and so, unless something really, because I know there's some, I don't know who or what or why. I don't even know why, really, why. It would be a problem if I did. I don't really understand that. I think if someone has the intention of providing good, positive change for all, okay, more power to them. And in this moment, present moment, sitting here right now with you on Zoom, it doesn't feel like this is going to be my moment to do that, to run in an official capacity, just based on resources and time and energy. But I also don't want to lie to you. There could be something could light a fire under me and be in my work with you all and be you know what, this all of a sudden it gets really clear for me, and I'm I'm going to do this. And if that were the case, I would of course be transparent and communicate that with you all. But all I can speak to right now in this moment is that feels way too much. This is really, I find a sort of unique opportunity to I sort of liken this in a way. This is not meant to be demeaning of the value of the work, kind of like an internship, right? It's sort of ooh, do I want to have this kind of job someday? It kind of reminds me of college and having an internship and then deciding, oh, I do want to follow in that career path. And so I it's sort of a nice gift that Councilor Schenkelberg is sort of potentially offering me in an interesting, interconnected way. Also being, having some shared community is this opportunity to be I wonder, how does this feel? What is this like? And then making decisions from there.
Thanks.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Yeah. No, it's good.
A lot of words.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Any other questions from y'all?
Nope.
No,
Okay.
I think so.
Cool. Thanks for your time.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Well,
Yeah. Take care.
Thank you.
Just there he is.
A little bit different being on that level.
I'm very low. Hello, Mayor and Council.
Hello, Mark.
It's so nice to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us. Yeah, I don't, who's starting? Not everybody, but here we
I
are.
think I have met everybody. Yeah.
Let's see, I think I get to start this time. We're going to run through our 4 questions that we sent you, and then we'll have some time for follow-up and discussion or questions from you.
Sounds good.
All right, please take a few minutes to tell us about yourself, your background, and other key elements of your personal and professional life that have prepared and motivated you to apply for this position. Again.
I must be crazy. So as you know, I've been on council 8 years. Was on council 8 years. And I really enjoyed it. It was mentally stimulating. You meet a lot of nice people. You hear about issues that you never would have thought much about, and you get involved in things that are new and different to you anyway. And so I really got a lot out of it. While I was on council, for the majority of time I was on council, I was the borough chair. I was also the MPO chair. I was on the state committee to work on transportation and land use for reducing greenhouse gases. I was on the Deschutes River Conservancy Board. I was on, as you all know, you end up on a lot of different boards. So I was on a lot of other ones as well, and committees and so on. But it was a great experience. One of the things I really liked about being on council was solid, respectful debate. One of my earliest memories on council, I might have been on council maybe 2 months at the time. Bruce Abernethy and I got into a fairly heated debate about, not heated, but intense, I guess is a better word, debate about affordable housing. And I think I was sitting where you are, Anthony, and Linda Johnson was sitting next to me, and Bruce was on the other side of her. And after this really heated debate, I was so new on council, I actually, after the meeting, had people come up to me and say, "Are you okay? That was really intense." And I go, "No, that was really great." And when we moved on to the next agenda item, Bruce and I both leaned back in our chairs behind Linda and shook hands and smiled at each other and said, "You know, that's what democracy is all about. That is really cool." And you know, we had a lot of respect for each other. And it took a couple more debates between Bruce and I to come up with a good compromise that probably was better for the community than what either of us had at the beginning. And so I love that. It's just very positive and interesting. So in addition to all the council experience, I'm a small business owner. I have a computer service company that I opened about almost 20 years now. I have 4 employees. The thing I like about my business is I learn something new almost every day because, as you know, computer systems and security and all that stuff is changing every day. And I interact, so most of our clients are businesses, small businesses, and I interact with such a wide variety of people from different businesses and types of businesses that it makes life very interesting. So I do enjoy that. I also manage some real estate, mostly commercial, but a few residential properties as well, and find that very rewarding and interesting and challenging. So that's what I do.
Thank you.
Mark, as a city councilor, you will be working with a range of people from diverse backgrounds and walks of life. They may have personal values that are very different to your own. Can you describe a time when you have encountered this and how have you handled it?
So I think that just about every day I come into contact with somebody that has a different background and different values than I have. The question to me isn't really the right question, because the question you're asking is, how do I handle it? Well, I don't think you handle it. I think it's just something you want to appreciate and learn from and gain from. I think diverse people makes my life more interesting and rewarding. My family's been in Bend 106 years, but growing up, I lived in Europe and Asia as a kid and came back to Bend in time to go to high school. Then in my corporate career, I lived in Tulsa, Nashville, Dallas, Chicago, Austin, and then back to Bend 20 years ago. And all of those differences, Europe, Asia, and all over the South and Chicago, I met just such unique people everywhere that, I think they make me a better person, and I'm very fortunate for the experience. So I don't think it's something you handle. I think it's something you enjoy.
Hi, Mark. Thanks for coming in. Given that council is already 1 year into a 2-year work plan, please tell us how your strengths align with that plan, where they do not, and how you would work within the city's system.
So I am just geeky enough that a year or so ago when you came out with the plan, I read it then too. And then I read it again yesterday, and I probably have oversimplified it, but I see 5 things there that are kind of a oversimplification list of things you're trying to do. And one of them is treat all people well. Another is improve the environment. Another is help businesses and people do better. Work on transportation and infrastructure, and continue to improve public safety. That's kind of, when I read all of your goals, distilling it down to 5 short bullets, that's where I ended up. And I have agreement with all of those goals. I don't have any issues with any of those. They seem to me to be a combination of what I want personally and what I think is best for the city. And so it fits. I think you all probably are aware that the learning curve when you got on council is pretty long and pretty steep. And I think one of the advantages I have is I absolutely think I can hit the ground running. There's been a few changes since I've been on council, but I'm really comfortable with the process here. I know a lot of the senior staff. I think with my experience, I can quickly work with you and contribute to the city. And I think putting somebody on council that's not been on council, if they're only going to be here for 6 months, they're just going to be getting up to speed when they go off council. Now, if you want to put somebody on council that you want to try and get elected in November, then you are giving them a head start. So they've got the first 6 months under their belt, and if they get elected, they would be ready to start sooner. But I think I can just hit the ground running and be of some help. Thank you.
So, Mark, as you know, council meets on the first and third Wednesdays of every month. Still doing that from 5 to 9 sometimes.
So I hate to interrupt, but I served under a couple of mayors who ran really long meetings. I mean, I remember going till midnight on occasion, Yeah. Great fun.
We try not to do that. Of course, and a few subcommittee meetings and other committee assignments. So do you foresee any conflicts with that schedule? And then given this commitment, and I will add, since you mentioned it, our political and kind of climate right now, how are you going to maintain your resiliency in this public role that's often managing through challenging and controversial issues?
Okay. So I am aware of the commitment, and I'm really quite comfortable with it. I know, you're probably, if you were to select me, you'll probably get sick of hearing, well, when I was on council, I had to walk to council.
Go both ways.
Both ways, exactly. I know that there were times where it was a 5-hour-a-week job, and there were times when it was more than full time. And, it's like a roller coaster. There's weeks where all of a sudden you go, okay, all I'm doing this week is city stuff. And that's okay. My schedule is flexible enough since I own my own business and I have really good employees. I can pretty much do what I need to do. So the commitment's no issue. The challenging, controversial issues, believe it or not, we had those too. We spent 6 of my 8 years debating the water project, and that got pretty ugly going all the way to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. I took a lot of grief on that one because I was one of the people that I think maybe pushed a little harder on that than others. And so I actually am not bothered by that. I actually would like it when I would get an email from somebody. Back then we used email. I would get an email from somebody that was a little bit critical and a little bit nasty. And most of the time what I would try to do is find their phone number and call them. And it was really fun if I could do it really quickly. Like 10 minutes after the email comes in, I call them and they go, "You're kidding, right?" I go, "No, I want to talk to you about this." And it's really fun to say, "Okay, why don't you tell me your side, and then let me tell you what I'm thinking, and let's see if I'm wrong or you're wrong, or if we're just going to disagree." And I loved that stuff. And so the controversial and the abusive stuff that goes on, I guess I let it slide right off me. I don't really let it bother me. I try to make it fun. There are times when you probably can't, right? The schedule, again, flexibility is not a problem for me. I will just say that the first meeting in September, I will miss that meeting because I will be on my honeymoon.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh? I think I should probably miss the meeting for that one.
That could be a good idea.
I want it to work, you know?
Yes. Great venue.
Does anybody have any follow-up?
Well, so I think you're our only past counselor who's in the mix. Are there any?
I actually talked to a few to try and convince them to put their name in, but they all
anything you would do differently from your time on council?
Ooh, geez, that's a good question.
And maybe not you individually, maybe the whole group. I mean, are there particular issues that you wish had gone differently?
I think, I haven't watched enough of your meetings to know how you all work together. But even when there were big political divides on council, it was managed really respectfully between the counselors. And, that would be something I would want to make sure continues and I would strive for. If I don't agree with you, Anthony, on an issue, let's talk about it and let's see, let's not get ugly about it because enough people are going to get ugly with us. And so working together as a team, I think, is really the thing that I would like to see happen the most. With this particular deal, we're talking about a 6-month program. It'll be a lot different than, every 2 years, there was always this political swing on council. 1 year it was far left and the next 2 years later it was far right. And it just seemed like it was a pendulum going back all the time. And so I think one of the things that I think is nice about a 6-month commitment is I would know who I'm working with and it's not going to change. I don't really see, another thing that I really liked was working with staff because I think you've got an amazing staff. And a lot of them I still know. And so I'm looking forward to that. I have a lot of respect for them. Treating them right, I think, is an important part of being on council. And showing them respect as well is important. Let's see, what else? Anything I would change? I think probably the thing that, so I attended a lot of neighborhood association meetings and different things all over the community. I think getting out and being in the community more than what I did before is, because I really enjoyed that. It was just scheduling issues, but I think my schedule is better now, so I could probably do more of that, and I think I'd like that, getting out in the community. I think telling the city's story is really important. I think you guys have gotten the reputation of you're just here working about the homeless issue, and you're doing so many other things. I think getting out and telling the story is really a key thing, and I don't think we did all that great a job when I was on council with that. But getting out and saying, let's talk about what we're doing in terms of infrastructure and in terms of fire, and like the response times are phenomenal compared to what they were when I first got on council. And so getting out and telling the city's story, I think, is something I would probably want to improve on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Being a 6-month guy, though, and whether I'd have the credibility, but I would still give that a try.
Okay.
Do you have any,
Tried not to be so wordy, but then I got.
that's good. That's great. Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so. Anything else for me?
No?
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. This is
Thanks
kind of fun.
Thanks for your time.
Okay. Well, don't stay too late tonight.
We'll try not to.
Good night.
Thank you. Mark.
Night. Thanks, Mark.
Do we need any break or? Last one?
Robin's checking to see if Steven's here. I think he is here.
We're a little early.
Yep.
If he's ready, let's do it.
Am I first up to ask questions? Did you ask the first one?
I did, yeah. So
1 minute before he does it.
Sure.
Yeah.
No problem. Yeah. Give them all the time they need.
I think you need a sandwich.
There's food.
Okay, I can look at my emails. All right, you're ready. Welcome, Stephen. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you guys for having me here.
Happy to have you, yeah. So I'm Jenna Goodman Campbell, and we're gonna just go through each of the 4 questions that we sent you, and then we'll have some time for any follow-up and questions from you.
Welcome, Stephen. Good to see you. Anthony Broadman, one of the counselors. Can you tell us about yourself, your background, other key elements of your personal and professional life that have prepared you and motivated you to apply for this position?
Absolutely. First off, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. It feels pretty cool to be a part of the 8 people here, and honestly, all 8 are amazing. So I'm excited just to be here. So thank you guys. So I'll just start with my story. I was born and raised here in Bend. I'm a first-generation American. My parents raised me. One's from Ireland. My dad's from Ireland. My mom's from India. Small business owners. They own the Wall Street Inn. Well, it was the Plaza Motel, as some of you might remember if you were here back in the day. I say back in the day, but that wasn't too long ago, really. I was lucky enough to be around parents that taught me hard work. But we went through struggle, and that's really where my story begins. I was about, 14 years old. We had sold our motel, and we invested everything into a woman who we thought was going to help us, kind of advance and be more successful. Well, unfortunately, that was a Ponzi scheme. We lost everything. But in that moment was when I really found who I was, and I fought hard because of that. That led me to college, where I knew that my freshman year was when that case was settled. And I remember still the attorney and the victim advocate taking me in. I was 17, 18 years old, right? And just showing me what happened and how they did their work. And now that I'm working at the DA's office as a victim advocate, which to me is truly poetic in my life, I realized how much they gave of their own time and how much they gave back to a young man. In college, I was lucky enough to use my talents to study finance. So I was able to study economics. I majored in economics, and I ended up also studying philosophy. During that time, I spent time on various clubs. as well as volunteering for the Boys and Girls Club. During that time, I really got to kind of work on my ability to look at budgets, understand economic development, as well as my internship at EDCO here just in Central Oregon. I was able to truly understand what it meant to invest and what it meant to build a community and build an economic prosperity, I should say. So upon graduating college with an economics degree, I thought, okay, I might want to go to law school. Well, life doesn't always work that way, right? So I ended up coming back to Bend and bartending at McMenamins of all places, just across the street, which was super cool for me to walk past that coming in here, honestly. During that time, I started coaching youth football. And I'm still to this day a youth football coach. I just landed the job over at Pilot Butte as their 7th grade head football coach. I know, right? I'm really excited about that one too. And then I was lucky enough to have some friends that thought, hey, Stephen, you wanted to go to law school. You didn't go. Life happens. Why don't you decide to see what you can do over at the DA's office? So needless to say, about 3 years ago, I started at the DA's office as a victim advocate. I've been working on crimes, majority of bias crimes and crimes that are politically motivated, as well as a lot of domestic violence cases. During my 3 years, I've been able to also be a part of a couple of cool programs, one being the Veterans Intervention Strategy Program that really helps veterans reconnect with their community, as well as just give them, I think that's a big thing, is reconnecting with them, with their community and allowing them to have structure. And it's really cool to see what we've been able to do with a lot of veterans and the success stories that I've been personally involved with. Along with that, I've been able to help with our emerging adult program, which is still in its pilot stages, but it's a restorative justice program that works with kids 18 to 24, giving them an opportunity, first crime. So, it's their first time going through it. And it's just about showing them that the community cares and they want to be a part of their growth. And all this being said, though, my motivation comes with wanting to be a part of this council is to give representation of a diverse community and someone that's not just diverse based off of what I look like, but with my background. I understand what it means to go through a loss, but I also understand what it means to rebound. And I know our city needs that right now. And that's just kind of my story and why I'm here right now.
Thank you.
Hi, Stephen. My name's Barb Campbell. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
As a counselor, you would be working with a range of people from diverse backgrounds and walks of life. They may have personal values that are very different from your own. Can you describe a time when you have encountered this and how you handled it?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Being at the DA's office and bartending for that matter, you deal with a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds. Luckily enough, at the DA's office, you're not dealing with serving alcohol, so that's kind of a plus. But truly to be said, I could probably give you 100 different things of times that I've had to deal with people that I just don't agree with. One particular time came in the heat of 2020, right before the primary elections. And I just remember not always agreeing with the people that I was advocating for as a victim advocate. But my job is not at that role to argue about political stances, to argue about what they believe in, but it's to advocate for them. It's to listen to them. And I think if I was appointed to this council, the very first thing, if I had someone that I may not have agreed with, is to listen to what they're saying. And I think a lot of times in this life, if we can just listen to what people say and get down to what their real core is, we're able to find a little pieces where we can relate with them. So if I were on this council and I had to deal with someone I didn't agree with, I'd listen first, try to find mutual ground, because most of the time we can find that mutual ground. So back to the story, though, giving you guys that example, 2020 didn't agree with this individual's political stance. He didn't like the elected DA that's still right now, DA Hummel, didn't like his policies, didn't like the way he did things, and he took it out on me because I was the person interacting with him, right? He didn't get a chance to talk to DA Hummel directly at that time, at least. He ended up doing that later on. So I got a lot of heat, and at times you just have to sit back and listen and try to, again, find that middle ground. By the end of it, him and I were making jokes. We found that we both like cars. Awesome. We can relate on cars. And so that doesn't always equate to like making them realize your side of the story, but that's not really what community is about. Community is about engaging together and finding that middle ground to grow and move forward and progress, as slow as it sometimes has to be.
Hi, Stephen. I think we met very briefly while I was still working at the Victims Law Center.
I believe so.
But what you had just come in and I was kind of just on my way out, so we sort of passed each other. But the question I have for you is the third one. Given that council is already 1 year into a 2-year work plan, please tell us how your strengths align with that plan, where they might not, and how you would work within the city system.
Absolutely. So I took some time, reviewed all the goals and all your guys' plans. And I think I've been listening to this process go on and what you're all hoping to see and my own values and how I can relate to that or not relate to that. Luckily enough, I feel like I really agree with you all. And so I'm excited to say that. But where I see my strengths is really with with three things: the accessible, effective government, with shared prosperity, and most importantly, a safe and accountable community. I know I kind of didn't say those exactly correct, but that's all right. You know where I'm coming from on this. Accessibility and effective government comes from transparency. It comes from showing up. And that's something I believe I can do. I'm 27 years old. I'm young. I'm very hungry to learn. I'm very hungry to give back to my community. And I think I can not only give an equity lens, but also give back by showing up to things that some people may not have the opportunity to do because of families and because of extra other things. And that's very understandable. We're lucky to live in Bend. We want to have that life balance and also enjoy life and have fun. But that's something I think I can really give to. The second one, shared prosperity, economic development is what I studied. This is something I can automatically talk about in policy and helping give perspective on how we can better grow our community. The third one being something I think is probably where my greatest strength lies is keeping this community safe. Not only do I understand what law enforcement does because I work with law enforcement in my criminal cases, but I also know the fears of the people that are hurt the most. I, on a daily basis, listen to victims of crimes, bias crimes, crimes of other nature. Sometimes we can't prove that bias element, right? But I hear their pain and I can give perspective on that. And I can help give them a voice in this process and also figure out different ways to see people of diversity a part of their community. And I think if I was elected, that was something I'd be able to do. Now, as far as working in a system, that's what I've been doing for the last 3 years in the DA's office. I understand what it means to work in a system. I understand what your goals are, and I hope to hit the ground running, as you all have used probably multiple times in your guys' planning of all this. I understand that this is a slow process, and to create lasting change, it's not going to happen in 2 years. In all honesty, it's probably not going to happen in any of our lifetimes to get to truly where we all hope we can get. But that's okay. I use this analogy all the time. My goal is to get us to the next bus stop and have people come on board as I get off to help get us to the destination. And I know from listening to all of you that you probably all agree with that statement that I just made. Now, I will say this, I'll be very candid. I do plan on rerunning, and I know that has been something of, considerations. What I will mention is last time that the council appointed someone, that person lost when they came to the general election. And what I mean by that is it doesn't matter who y'all appoint, not that it's not very important to continue this year out, don't get me wrong by any means, but the city's going to decide who's next no matter what. And y'all's decision has shown that that's not going to affect that. I'm just going to say that. But I also believe that I can fit in as a person who represented some of Councilmember Rita's positions. I am a renter on the east side of town. I am a brown man who grew up here. I understand that those are difficulties, and I can represent if that is something y'all want to see on this. That is something I know I can do. I'm a team player. I know at the end of the day, y'all have been together for a lot longer than you've known me, but I know how to fit in. I know how to talk to people. I know how to communicate. I know y'all's strengths because just like you've done research on me, I've done the same, right? But y'all have strengths, and I think my strengths complement y'all's strengths. And that's why I believe I deserve an opportunity to represent this community on this council.
Thank you.
So Stephen, hi. You know that, I'm sure you know, obviously, that we meet the first and third Wednesdays of the month. Our meetings start at 5 and go to whenever they're done. And then there are some subcommittee meetings and some, we are all, liaisons to various, as you know, from Human Rights and Equity Commission to various committees and commissions. Do you see any conflicts with that schedule or foresee any conflicts? And given this commitment and given, with what sort of is going on in Bend right now, how will you maintain your resiliency in a very public role that is often managing through challenging and controversial issues?
All right, well, thank you very much for the question. I'll address the first part of that question. This is a priority to me. This community is a priority to me. If I haven't made that known in the interview already, I'll say it again. I'll be here. I don't have plans over the summer. My plans are to help y'all if I get appointed. The second part, resiliency and understanding that there have been the public comment is harsh at times. It's about having a strong network behind you, a strong community behind you. I'm very lucky, and I want to share a little personal story. When my family lost everything and we were in a very hard place, the community stepped up for me. I played tennis in high school. I shouldn't have had that opportunity, but the coaches saw something in me. And they helped me get rackets to play tennis. I wasn't able to always do the things that everyone else got to do. My friends' parents helped me out. They gave to me. And if I were appointed and I'm going through hardship, I'm going back to my community to ask for help. How can I handle this? Being a part of the DA's office currently, my position isn't easy. I constantly get berated. I constantly get told you work for a corrupt system. And at the end of the day, you have to absorb it. You have to understand there's bits and pieces of truth to it. Take away those truths and try to better the next conversation. And you do that again. I mentioned this earlier. You do that by listening. You do that by just caring and having the hard conversation sometimes with people and not just sitting there and taking it. I don't think that's the way to do it. I think you have to have an ability to communicate in a calm manner. So that's how I think I would stay resilient.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Stephen, I'm just going to follow up on that because, of course, in my career, I've worked with many victim advocates, and I know how much of a job it is. I mean, just the hours alone, and sometimes after hours, you might be on call, right, for middle of the night calls. So, have you thought, and kind of thought to yourself how you're going to manage your schedule along with everything else you're doing? Yeah. And if there are things that you might have to drop to make space for this, I mean, you've thought seriously about that, because I do have a worry about we don't want to see burnout. We don't want to see someone take on too much.
Completely understand. I definitely have, I guess I would use the word concession plans if I were appointed, I guess. Sounds kind of funny. I coach youth football. I have a group of 6 coaches that I trust with my life. They're my best friends. So if I were to get this position, I'd be able to easily hand that off to the next person. As far as my job, I work for the best. My boss, Ashley Beatty, is probably the best boss around. I'm very lucky to have her support, and understanding that I'm going to have a little bit of a flexible schedule to be able to do this properly, and understanding that this community is my priority. So I've thought a lot about, what does that look like? Does that mean I have to get another job? Does that look like that? I don't know for sure, but what I can say is I have a boss that's willing to help me figure that out. And if I need to do something different, to support that. So yeah, I've thought about that quite a bit, to be honest with you.
Good. Thank you.
Great. Well, those are all of our questions. Do you have any questions for us?
I thought a lot about that. I'm like, I want to give them something they're going to think about. I don't have anything for y'all. You have plenty to think about who to pick, so I'll let you have that one.
Got enough on our plate.
Yeah, y'all do. No, I don't have any questions, but I want to say again, thank you for this opportunity. To be a part of this 8 has been amazing. To be a part of the 37 has been amazing. So just thank you all for this.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thanks for applying, Stephen.
Thank you.
Really nice to meet you.
Okay.
It's nice to meet you all.
You too.
Now we're going to take a brief recess to allow Counselor Broadman to catch up on a couple of interviews that he was not able to watch during his travels. And then we'll return for deliberations and to walk through the process of decision-making.
It'll probably take 20 minutes or so, 20 to 30 minutes, so break, and then we'll resume. So for those that are watching, there will be a new link. Robin, just
Yes, if I can speak to that, we have a new Zoom link for the last part of the meeting. I've sent that to everyone who is currently on Zoom. So you should have received an email from me with a new Zoom link. It's also on our website, and the live streaming that is on the main council page will continue. So that would be where I recommend to go, but there's also a link for the new Zoom.
Great.
Thank you, Robin.
Thanks, Robin.
This is still open, right? Like people can still be here and sit.
I can stay in here.
I've got
No, it's set up. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Now we are on to item 3, discussion and decision. So I was thinking we could start just by sharing any initial impressions or thoughts that anyone has. We can go down the line, or we could just do this a little more organically, if anyone wants to start.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
That was an amazing group of candidates. Yeah. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to serve with all. I would like to serve with each of these people.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the folks who probably, obviously we have to get through the process, but I think there's a lot of energy in this group of 8 people that I want to harness and use for this community. This is just an amazing group of people who I hope continue to stay engaged and do more work for the city.
Agreed.
Well, why don't we just ask Ian if we can double the size of council?
Can we double the size of council?
Abstained.
That's a no.
Okay, that's a no.
You know.
All right. I'll pass that part.
I'm still, Councilor Campbell and the mayor weren't here when we were talking about our criteria.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that I've deviated from the criteria that I was applying, generally looking for somebody to step in who's not going to run, at least for one of these spots. So that remains a criteria for me. And then the expertise or, experience serving in other capacities for the city remains a top criteria for me. I thought in terms of the folks who said they weren't going to run, that, any of these would be great. I felt like Mark and Judy stood out for me among the folks who were not going to run, and among the folks who were, I guess, less committed one way or the other. Mo and Steven stood out to me. So those are my initial thoughts.
Can I ask a question of the two of you, Councilor Campbell and Goodman Campbell, because I sort of differ from Councilor Broadman in that I don't think that whether they're going to be running again that's not a concern for me, and I'm just curious what you both thought of that.
I have noticed other agencies in our city that to me, it's an appearance of impropriety question. And the impropriety that I think maybe I have seen, and I've heard other people be concerned, is a person resigning just a few months before the election, and then the body appoints someone, and then that person ends up with essentially a head start in the election. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to kind of play the election in that way. And that is why I am hesitating to select someone who absolutely wants to run. That, I'm afraid that it will seem as though we're just choosing someone that, I myself want to have here on council. And that's why I've made the chose this person, because I want them on for even longer amount of time. I don't like that appearance. But I also, I just think anybody might run. There's nothing we can do to actually restrict whether anyone's going to run or not. And I would not advocate for that. I think everybody has a right to run for office if they want to. So yeah, that's, I'm just kind of, it's certainly in the back of my mind as a consideration, but I just don't see it as much of a deal breaker for myself.
It sounds like it's maybe more of a It sounds like it's maybe more of a deal breaker.
Or it's more of a deal breaker. Exactly. Thank you, Anthony, for correctly interpreting what I was trying to say.
I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure.
no, so there you go. So it's not a deal breaker because I'm worried somebody's going to run against me. You know, I am, in fact, someone who is up for election in November. You know, I want to say that's not the reason, but I do have a separate concern that looks a lot like this other one. So there you go.
I think that's fair. I think I mean, for the record, I think both of your sort of approaches on this are fair. I just want to avoid what I've seen, not just in other agencies, but here, you know.
Right.
The process was not great for the last appointment, and I want to avoid that. And I think we will. I mean, I think we've gone about this in a completely different, transparent way.
For much shorter amount of time.
Yeah, it's a much different
Much
context.
shorter amount of time.
Yeah. Basically have an immediate check by the voters.
Right. We changed the rules so that we're not appointing someone to serve a term or even a whole half of a term.
But we didn't change anything. That's just in our charter.
Yeah.
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 It's just the timing of it means that very quickly the voters will be weighing in no matter what choice we make.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And from my perspective, I think it's a consideration, but I wouldn't put it as one of my top considerations. I could see a benefit both in having, I think ideally probably having one person who is not planning to run who can step in and, and play a vital role and one person who is, so that if that person is successful and wins, then we have some continuity moving forward because, with 3 seats and the mayor up now for election in November, there's a possibility to have a pretty big turnover. And so I see value in that continuity as well.
So we have a lot to do.
Yes.
With that in mind, at least a couple of the candidates spoke about the steep learning curve that is city council. Are we going to be looking at someone who's trying to figure out the job while campaigning at the same moment in time? Is another consideration that comes up with someone who's definitely interested in running. That person is going to be taking on a whole lot in a very short time. But again, it's not for me to say no, that somebody else wouldn't be able to do that or not. It's just another thing that's in my head.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to highlight that came out of the subcommittee and then the other meeting where we talked about that the voters put Councilor Schenkelberg and Mayor Russell into those positions. So looking for similarities or continuing to represent sort of the spirit of both of those positions makes sense to me in sort of honoring how the voters had already selected those 2 people.
Hear, hear.
And just for the record, to be really clear, because we're looking at position 4 and position 5. And position 4 is the one that Councilor Schenkelberg vacated, and position 5 is actually Councilor Goodman Campbell's that she vacated to become mayor. So.
And whatever position a person is selected for, they could run for any position. So if we elect them to one of those particular, does not mean we're limiting them to running for that.
No, I don't think we can do that. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
You can run for any open seat.
That's right. I could run for the 2-year position if I wanted to in November. That occurred to me at midnight one night. All of these things are like, and another thing, I thought of something else.
To be clear, so because Councilor Schenkelberg already served, most of the first 2 years in position 4, anyone who runs and wins that position in the election will have to run again in 2 years.
That's right.
For position 5, that would be a 4-year before they had to run again.
That's right.
Yeah.
It might help, and we can put up on the screen. So we did change the council rules so we can walk through the process. I also think, some of the discussion that you've had here today centered around the questions, as we've talked with the subcommittee around the criteria that you're looking for and reflecting your comments today. We can use those questions, well, they're in your book, so we probably don't need to put them on the screen. But just to center you around the kind of qualities that you were looking for, kind of paired up with the process that's outlined in the rules. I'm happy to go through it, or just you can reference it there. Or Ian, if you want to summarize too.
Yeah, what's new under these revised rules, really the entire process is new, but particularly the voting process. So right now, we're at I'll say it's discussion, not a lot of debate so far, but we're at the debate and discussion phase. Now that the interviews are over, and once council decides that you all have had enough of that, there is a voting process involving maybe a modified version of ranked choice voting, so to speak, where each counselor selects their first, second, and third choices. Those will then be forwarded to the city recorder, who will tabulate those, and then we can show the votes. And the result of that first ballot may determine a winner, or if it doesn't, then we'll go to the process in B for a second ballot. And the suggestion, at least my suggestion, is that council consider doing this separately or independently for each position. In other words, go through this voting process for, I'd say, position 4, and then for position 5. And that'll be, I think, easiest for those of us in the room and those of us watching to follow along if we do it that way.
And to assist you when you get to that point, Robin has made just simple sort of forms that we will hand out for you to tabulate. And we have multiple, knowing how this process works, you have there could be multiple kind of ballots. So.
And if the first, let's say we go through 4 and the first ballot has 3 number 1 choices,
that person is it. Yeah.
Under 6A, that person would be the winner.
Okay, got it.
But we're doing it twice.
Right.
For each, the process for each
position. Yes, and then following the conclusion of that voting process, when a winner for position 4 and a position 5 have been determined, then we're going to ask for actual motions to make the appointment. So there's the voting process for each position, and then once that is concluded, an actual motion, 1 motion or 2 motions. No real reason to do one or the other, would both suffice, but that motion or those motions would actually make the appointment.
Okay.
Any other discussion that we'd like to have before casting our initial votes?
I don't know. I think what's nice about having the ranking is that can create some discussion.
Yeah.
If we don't end up with a majority on the first ballot, we've at least got something to talk about. And I don't think there's any reason we can't have debate before the second ballot, Ian?
It's, I think, sure. I mean, these are council's rules to interpret. It's not addressed in the rules. If council wants to take some time before a second ballot, I think that would be fine.
I mean, I can make a formal motion or something if we need to do that. So
No, I think that's how 6 reads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hedge your bets? And I mean, I'm just saying, put number 1 for, technically, number 1 for both positions, your number 1 candidate.
Well, that's why we would do it one at a time, right?
One at a time.
Mm-hmm. So then
somebody will be renewed.
Gotcha. Okay, not at the same time. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so then sure. Same candidates can be involved in the next ballot, right? Whoever you
The
want.
second ballot, you'll be choosing among 7.
Whoever's left.
7 individuals.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, the second position, not the second ballot.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Second.
Yes. Position that we do ballots on
You might do multiple ballots for
each position. Yeah.
And I think, it's fine to interpret the rules that we could have a little discussion after that first ballot, since our rules don't necessarily consider two
at the same time.
Yeah.
So which position are we doing first?
So we'll start with number 4.
Okay, number 4. Jenna's
And just for clarity, position 4 is the position that was held by Councilor Schenkelberg.
And do we need to put our names on these so we have a record if we voted? Yeah. Duh. It's on there.
Own line.
Vote under someone else.
Yeah, so
And the rules say no undervotes. Ian, will you explain that?
do not vote for only your top 2. The rule says you are required to vote for your top 3.
And you put, and are we going to put 1 as our number 1, 2 as our number 2, and 3 as our number 3?
I think that works. And so
I was just going to ask that same question. That's what it looks like to me. Underneath our name, we're going to write numbers 1, 2, and 3. And we're not going to write anything else on here because that would just confuse Robin.
Yes.
Don't ever want. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Oh, on the screen, I just lost my connection. So.
I forgot the wax
It's a
seal.
public record. So,
Put in a hat. Yep.
I'm not ready yet.
Wait, hold. Yeah, exactly. There's no privacy in this game. Come on. Sorry, I did look. I cheated. Looked.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Get back on Zoom right now. It's gonna be.
Do you want me to try, Robin, or you?
I will have it here in just a second. I'm sure it's just doing this. It's been spinning at me.
Okay.
That's how I them up though as I get them.
Mm-hmm.
All of them already?
Fine.
You guys want to pause for a moment?
Yeah, let's take a quick 2-minute break while we're
Okay.
putting this up.
I'll get Zoom back and I'll.
One of those microphones with the really long handle.
I like the Price is Right.
Yes.
What just happened? I can't do the math.
4 number 1s.
Hey, look at that.
Oh.
So under the rules, we do not need a second ballot for this position.
Congratulations, Steve.
Great. Counselor Segal. Sorry, Counselor Segal.
Not quite yet.
Great.
Sworn in, right?
How about that?
Not sworn in yet.
That's what it is. Yes, but future.
Great. And
Counselor-elect.
I see lots of numbers in some same rows there. So I think we had a lot of alignment.
It's like we're heading toward, unless something's very different for position 5.
Okay, let's see. That looks like my vote.
Yes.
Very good.
Anyway,
Okay, so do we?
You don't want them to like double up.
Were you copying off of
I copied off your paper, totally.
Megan doesn't want to make her own.
Okay.
All right, so now we'll move on to voting for position 5.
or do we do the motion?
Pass this down.
I think
You can just do one motion at the end. It would probably be the most efficient.
You have sample motion in your email.
Yes, you got that. That's what I picked for you.
Still top 3?
Yes, because we're basically starting the process again with
Same
position
process,
five.
different position.
Yeah. Anyone watching at home, this is not at all difficult and would be a process that would work well for other elections.
Ranked voting.
Hint, hint.
Lots of states are trying it.
I'm not kidding up. Nevada already does it. There are a lot of states that already have ranked choice, at least for some elections. Okay. Good way to avoid a primary.
You just gotta do it. You just gotta do it.
Did the same again, Olga.
You can't vote for Stephen twice.
I did not vote for Stephen twice. No, I'm just saying if Jen and I actually had the same ranking system, it'll be interesting.
Not just because we're sitting next to each other.
Not just because we're sitting next to each other.
You're fine. It's very quick.
Yes, meant to be right. Are any of them blurry? Tell us now.
No, they're all crisp. There you go.
Look at that.
Similarly to position 4, for position 5, there is a one candidate with a majority, in other words, 3 first place votes. So that means it's decided on the first ballot.
All right.
Wow.
Congratulations, Councilor Mitchell.
Yeah.
Mitchell.
Please verify that you're correct.
Yep.
Yep.
That is fascinating.
All right.
Right. Well then, I will entertain a motion. Who wants to make it?
I will move to appoint to position number 4, Steven Seagal, and position number 5, Mo Mitchell.
Second. That was a tie.
Definitely had the motion. I'm going to give the second to Councilor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous.
Ooh. Hey.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Great.
What's wrong?
Do you want to confirm, are we doing the oath of office on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have 2 options. We do have time that we've reserved on the 13th if we needed a meeting. So we could use that time for a simple oath of office so that the individuals both were then ready to be seated with you at the July 15th meeting.
June 15th.
I'm sorry, June 15th, yes. Or we can swear them in on June 15th. But the issue, though, is we typically wouldn't swear them in until the regular meeting, which means just the work session. And the items on the work session include an overview of the unsanctioned camping, as well as an update on wildfire. So let me know what your would just any thoughts about ensuring that they're.
Time is it on Monday?
3 to 5
Well, we don't need to.
We can ask the. I think, and this is really more for the swearing in is for the.
I would ask both of them, are they available on Monday during that block of time? And if they are, my preference would be to do it then so that they could set the whole meeting on Wednesday. Or I don't see why we couldn't notice for our meeting Wednesday that that's going to be the first thing we do.
Do you see any issue with that? We can do that first thing with.
But let's ask them about Monday first.
They prefer.
That's just my opinion.
I'll make one note about Monday, because there are still, for a few more days, only 5 council members. We only need 3 for a quorum. And although the charter says we need 4 council members to vote for something to actually do it, I don't think there's actually any council action involved in the swearing in. So if 3 of you could be present, we can have the meeting, and it's okay that there would be only 3 because you won't really be doing anything other than being there to establish a quorum. So if that works or helps, that's an issue.
Yeah, so it doesn't even need to be in the meeting.
What's that?
It doesn't really even need to be in a meeting, but it's nice to do it.
Because you're not actually doing anything, there's an argument there
How can
too.
we establish a quorum with only 3 people?
Because the charter section, I think 17 says it's a majority of council, which right now is
So you can
5.
have a quorum that can't vote.
And not be able to do anything. You could hear things. You could, for example, have a work session and take in information, but you can't decide a question for council without 4. So it's odd, but that's where we are right now.
I would rather they were ready to attend Wednesday, to participate in all of Wednesday's meeting.
Right.
So if we can make that happen.
We'll explore options with.
I feel like worst case scenario is they're here for the work session.
We'll just.
Right? And they're getting all of that information. And it's a work session. We can pass notes during work session if they've got a question.
And we will be asking for some feedback from council at the work session.
Okay.
Not what I'd call substantive decisions, but some direction on a couple sort of process setup questions. So they can hear, but they wouldn't be participating in that feedback.
Yeah, right. To me, that's the very worst, and that's still not bad.
Yep.
So as long as we've got them for our meeting. Great. Thanks, everybody. Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Betty. Thanks, Robin. Thank you, Heather, Megan, for the fancy folders.